It is 10:45. Unless my phone's like, maybe my phone's off. Oh, we're live anyway. Yeah, this was a last minute live, guys, for Married at First Sight Australia, which we're only on episode 4. But I have Mocha Raine with me, who is lives in Australia and has some insight because they get to see the season before we do, and like their Married at First Sight is much different than ours. Their Married at First Sight goes on a lot longer. They end up with 13, up to 13 couples, and 1% of them stay together, I believe, or like maybe zero, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely not a lot.
Yeah, and like the U.S. version, and they have a decision, like they have a decision week every week. Now I know that this decision week isn't a final thing because they make them stay together, or like at least make the other person try for that week, and like see if they can like fix whatever the issue is. But I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you think? You think it's just because you can't predict or you can't match up chemistry with somebody? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for most of it, it's like just give it a crack, which is pretty much like, at least here in Australia, kind of the thing. Like, oh, you don't know them, so just try. Um, but yeah, it comes down to like getting to know someone in chemistry. So I think that's why they do kind of push couples to stay together, and also for show value.
For what?
For the value of the show, like, I guess if you have
Yeah.
more couples that are still involved, it might bring in more viewers, or there's the idea that more drama might be involved. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot more drama because they all live together too. Like in Australia, they all live in the same building.
Yeah, so they all stay in the same hotel and they all have their own apartments.
Yeah.
And they stay there throughout the whole experiment together, all the couples. Because in the US version, they don't do that, do they?
Yeah, they get an apartment that's a neutral apartment and it's in the same building as the other couples.
Oh, okay.
But like and I guess at the end they have the option to stay there, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. I was trying to see on my YouTube if we were live. Um yeah, so all right. So the couples that are there so far, like my see, I always get excited about these couples, but they're always the ones that never work out. Like I feel like they always break sooner. But like I love, obviously I forget Andrew and I forget her name,
Holly.
Holly.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping for them because I feel like they both want a family. And I think that like she doesn't really care about the Southern thing. I think they're just playing that up for the cameras. But I think that they both are on the same level as far as family and like wanting to be, parents.
Yeah,
And
well, he comes into the show already having a child,
mhm.
and that's why he's still here in Australia. But she
Right.
definitely has like, and I hate to say this, but almost like a desperation for that being a mum instead
Yeah.
of just kind of letting it happen. Which
I
I
know.
like, me personally, I feel like you can feel that through the screen because she's doing the mantras like, and they kind of push that storyline of like, I believe in myself.
Yeah. I feel like the other chick, that's the one that got married at night. The
Oh, so that's Cody and Selena.
Yeah, Cody and Selena.
Yeah, they got married. They were the last couple to be married
Now, did
for
they say
that
why
episode.
their families weren't there, or?
Yeah, so their families opted, or they opted not to have their families there, which happened for them two and Ella and Mitch,
Oh, okay.
because the other four couples actually had friends or family in the ceremonies.
Um, do you think that she's going to be too whimsical for him?
Yeah, honestly, I think, like, straight off the bat, my initial reaction is Cody has no interest in Selena.
Mm-mm.
There is nothing about her that he likes.
Mm-mm.
And it is so apparent. And this poor woman is just wanting to find love and prove to her family that she's worthy in some sense
Yeah.
because of her cultural heritage and how that affected her as an adult. And I think, like, because they've pushed that storyline,
Yeah.
that being Chinese in Australia, growing up in Sydney, how intense her family wanted her to be like a doctor or a lawyer, which we've heard
Yep.
from people in Asian culture. Um, so yeah, but you can see like she's ready for love.
And
But
yeah,
I
definitely.
did hear something about the situation, but it comes. I don't think it comes out till like after everything's finished.
Oh wow. Can I
Yeah,
guess?
because yeah.
Is he not play for that team?
Oh no, it's nothing like that. It's
Oh, okay.
yeah, because like I actually seen an interview she did,
Uh-huh.
and what she said about Cody. So I think that's going to be interesting.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Mm. Now,
and I understand it because it's the culture here, but it's not right either.
are they from different? Oh, they are from different cultures, huh?
Yeah, well, he's just like, I guess for lack of a better word, he's just a white Australian. He's very like, um, you can tell he's grown up around beaches and stuff. Like he's very coastal.
Yeah.
Because I actually thought it was such a beautiful wedding. Like, because that's one thing I like. I will say I like MAFS for is the weddings,
Yes.
and I've heard not just from you but from other Americans like how beautiful the landscape and everything is, and how different our weddings are to the Americans.
How? Yeah. I don't know how yours are.
Because like realistically, if you go back through other seasons, a lot of them are filmed in the same spots,
Hmm.
and they're just big like, I guess you guys would probably call them ranches, but estates and properties where they're kind of designed and built for these types of events.
Yeah.
Because and this is the other thing, all of them is filmed in Sydney or some parts of Sydney.
Did you think that like is that like now when like so everybody like that is getting married? They're all from Australia, but is there
Yeah,
different?
so everyone's from here, but they're all from different states.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get
Yeah.
it.
And
Okay.
then so they all convene and film and everything within Sydney because that's kind of our media spot, I would say, that and Melbourne. But yeah, like I actually like Selena. I think she is so quirky, but she just
She
seemed real
knows.
nervous.
Yeah, she said it too. She's like, I know I'm over the top. I need to chill out.
And you can see it on her face, like a little kid who's like waxed themselves in the head, like, oh man.
I know. I know. I was like, but at least she kind of calmed down a little bit. Maybe he will. Maybe that's all that needed to happen. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll end up together. Maybe they'll end up together.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe they'll end up together. I'm waiting for like I can't even see her face right now. Like, can't even,
Um, like I don't want to spoil it for anyone,
I
but
know.
yeah, like, because like what I got from Cody is like he's just a dude's dude, right? Like he's just wanting to chill, have the beers, go for a surf, like, and that's very Australian culture. Like,
What
it's
was
very
like?
relaxed. It's not. it's not an intense. Not everything has to be intense. Like, I
Yeah.
think that's it about Australians. Like, we're not intense people. Where Selena, like, being Chinese, she's grown up with everything actually being intense and always having to prove herself.
Yeah.
Which there is a couple, I will say, a couple of different um, people within the show where you kind of get that same vibe. Because um, there's the Italian couple, Dominique,
Dominique.
Dominica, and Jack, yeah.
Yeah.
And she actually talks about the pressure she had when it comes to marriage and how that is from an Italian standpoint, which I thought was really good that she like specifies that and like talks about her story in the
Mm.
sense of how she was married like 18 months before she got on the show.
Yeah. See, like, you need to give yourself time.
But I will say, out of most couples, most women or men who've been on the show, like straight after something's happened, she's actually one of the ones that I've seen where she actually looks like she's ready.
Yeah.
Like she just, and like the way Jack handled her when she said, well, I was married for 2 months. Like, I thought that was really sweet because he goes, well, I understand that that's a big deal for you and that's all that matters.
Aw.
Which, for a man, let alone a 26-year-old man, to turn around and say that, I thought that was so beautiful. And he obviously understands women and women's emotions and
Right.
relationships.
Right.
Which, how many times have we watched these shows and we've not actually, like, you can watch them and you go, they have no idea about a relationship.
Oh, every single one of them. Because every show we watch, it's like they don't know each other. In Married at First Sight, they don't know each other. 90 Day Fiance, they don't know each other. Love After Lockup, they don't know each other. Like, I mean, and we're watching it. It's like, what did you expect to happen? You don't know them, you know?
Because because I personally think they are the couple that's going to last. Because they're both Italian. Jack's from the north of Italy and Dominica is from the south of Italy. They just seem to like complement each other.
Now, what about? So that was they were the very first ones, right?
So they were like the third couple to be married.
Okay. No, that's not them right there. I'm missing a couple.
Okay, so the couples we start with we start with Celine and
Mm-hmm.
Anthony. And Celine's Turkish.
Mm-hmm.
And her and Anthony both have like a child each.
Okay.
So we start with those two. Then the next pair to get married is Tamara and Brent. That one's interesting.
Well, yeah. What do you think about them?
Okay, so straight off the bat, I'm just going to say anyone who says they don't like basic but likes basic things, looks basic, is a basic B. Like, let's be honest, right? Because she's saying, I wouldn't date anyone who is lesser than me. That's fair enough. You can have that opinion.
Right.
But it's the way that you project it and the way you say it. And how she said it, it clearly didn't come across as the way she was hoping it would. But she literally says, I do not like basic men. But she has the most basic-ish look.
Right.
And you're criticizing other people and being basic. That's
She's
a bit
the one
much.
with really blonde hair, right?
Yeah, she was the tall blonde who lives on the Gold Coast and who is she works for a real estate company. But you can tell straight off the bat she's a control freak.
Hmm.
Because
Wow.
even when they got married and they were cutting the cake, she had a total meltdown about him passing her the knife the wrong way
Oh, that's right.
because she
That's
cut the cake with the knife upside down,
I
which
mean,
I don't think you can blame poor Brent for that.
I know.
You know, because I get the sense that she's really bossy. She's a control freak. That she's somewhat a bit not even passive aggressive, like aggressive,
Yeah.
and that she does have a judgmental sense to her.
Now, who's Ella? Ella's the first couple, right? No, Ella was.
No, Ella, and so after Tamara and Brent, we have Dominica and Jack, and then after them two, we have Ella and Mitch. So
Okay.
Ella's been single for 9 years, which when you're 27 doesn't mean much.
Right. Right.
That means you've been single since you were 19.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
I don't think that's a big deal. Plenty
that's
of
not a big
people
deal.
date around for a long period of time. Um, Honestly, I don't think she knows who she is. I think that's why she's never been in a relationship,
Yeah.
because the way she is with Mitch straight off the bat is, oh wow, 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 and then instantly after they're married and they get talking, she's like, well, I don't know if he's saying what I think he wants me to, like, what he wants me to hear, and blah blah blah. So she clearly has self-doubt.
Yeah.
She has no understanding of who she is and what she wants from a relationship, which in that case you need to be on a different show
Hmm.
than on Married at First Sight, where this young man who says he's tried all the typical dating scenarios, but he still can't find his person.
And
But he
like,
thought
why?
he'd give this a shot.
Yeah, and then look what happens. Like, well, why is she like? Why was she texting Mitch? Or why? What were the text message things about
I
with Mitch?
don't know.
So something. All right. So Tamara. I can't say her name.
Uh, hold
Tamara.
on. Tomorrow, yeah.
Tamara. There's. She was texting. They were supposedly texting, um, Mitch. But she's with Brent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And supposedly she was texting Mitch, and but like just like she said, she was just, like they found out that it was text messages, but and she was trying to say there's nothing scandalous, but they're saying why were you texting him to begin with? Somebody else's
Yeah,
person.
because that comes out like towards the reunion
Hmm.
at the end of the show. All that information.
Like what really happened?
Yep.
See, why
Because
does
like
this
I've
happen
seen
on
bits
your
and pieces of
show?
that.
Wow,
Yeah, like I've heard bits and pieces of that. But yeah, I mean, okay, so
man.
I get that Mitch is a good-looking bloke. He is. He's beautiful.
But come on, like, why can't you people just not go after the other people's husbands on the show?
Yeah, like I just don't understand. Like if this is what you really want, if you really want to be married and have a family, and you've actually done everything possible to find that, so you
Right.
end up here,
Yeah.
then you should be confident enough and happy enough that this is happening. And then if you want that person after the show is finished and everyone's
Right.
broken up, that makes
Exactly.
sense.
After everybody's broken up, but then some of them get back together with the people that they originally married, and it's all
Yeah.
forgiven. But then we find out later, like,
Yeah, because it's not the only, I will say, it's not the only cheating rumor or possible scandal in the show.
for this one.
Yeah, I do know. I can say
All right, just
that.
tell me. Forget it. Tell me.
I can say that halfway through the season, the whole entire group walks
Hmm.
out of walks out of one of the like catch ups, because one couple wants to, even though they cheated, they want to stay in the program together.
Oh.
So the whole group gets up and walks out, and yeah, that's the first time it's ever happened here. They have had people stay within the group that have cheated in
Yeah,
previous
I was gonna
series,
say. Yeah.
because there was Jess and Dan.
And Stacy and Michael.
Yep, and Stacey and Michael. Oh no, that would have been Casey and Michael.
Well,
Because
no.
he was
Remember,
married
like
to Stacey.
Stacy cheated. No, Michael cheated on Stacy in the very beginning with another cast member,
Yeah.
and then left her for another cast member, that separate other cast member.
Oh well, then yeah. Well, that must have.
Yeah.
So I must.
He's
have
like
gotten it wrong.
he's
So
like definitely a piece of crap.
Casey must be the one after the show, but
Yeah,
they
she's
were on
the
the
one
show
after.
together. Yep.
Come here. Sorry, my cat was like trying to get in. Come here. Sorry. She loves the show, and like she's upset that we're recapping it without her. She loves math. She loves maths. She loves it. Come here.
So
yeah.
like I don't. Honestly, like I've
Just
said before,
spoil
I
it for
don't
me.
understand cheating. Well, because like I'm still watching it in time with you guys, because I knew a lot of you wouldn't be getting it till later.
I know.
But I do know a little bit more.
You don't have to tell me the couples, but tell me more scandals that happen.
Well, that's the biggest scandal that I know of. I know of the Brent and Tamara one, where I don't know if it was just Mitch. I think maybe she was texting one of the other guys.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure.
Wow.
But yeah, it was. I do know. I've seen snippets where Mitch has actually said, "You weren't the only person I was texting. I was texting everyone because we're all together in this," type of thing. Like, because he's saying from a friend perspective, like,
right.
They all know each other. They're going through the same experience, which is fair enough, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
like, how many people can you say that you shared marrying a stranger with as an experience?
I mean, that I understand, but like, I mean, as long as it was other people too, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find
So, I think from what I've seen snippets of is that she thought it was one way when it actually wasn't that way at all.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
I would like to
if any
see
of them don't
text
work
messages.
Yeah, well, I mean, from previous episodes or seasons, like, the success rate isn't that high. Just before we started, I actually just checked how many couples have stayed together, and it's like 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from like the last few seasons at least.
5 from altogether, or?
Yeah, 5 from like at least, I think, from season 6 to now, type of thing.
Well,
or at least to
that's
last
still
season.
Out of 13 couples season, that's not that great.
Yeah, you know, like.
But I mean, honestly,
these are supposed to be experts in love, psychology, relationships.
Well, you know, you can't you can't produce chemistry, you know.
But love also isn't a science. Like, I think that's where I get confused, where people try and make it a scientific thing. Like, love is just that. It's love. It doesn't have any boundaries to it. And you can't force somebody to love you.
It just might not be. I mean, that doesn't mean they're not lovable. It's just like you're just not compatible. It's not your people. Your person.
Yeah.
Not everybody's gonna. But yeah. I mean, I feel like also too. I look at it like on like the universe are bringing these people together for a reason. So, you know, maybe they don't. You know, I feel like if you're married to somebody, that's a soul contract. No matter how you got that to that person, however you married them, at some point, that's a soul contract. I can't see that but like maybe because it has an impact on their life, regardless. So it has some type of meaning.
Like, I think for a lot of the couples, especially considering how young a lot of the group is. Like, yeah, it's, if anything, it's a good learning experience for you
Yeah.
because you get to learn who you are, you get to see what type of person you want to be with.
Well, I
You
mean,
can kind of figure out your relationship faults because you're doing this with somebody who
well,
also may have faults.
it's called dating.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you can.
Dating.
I still don't understand why you got to do it on TV. Because
Yeah.
this is the other thing. Like, when you're on TV and then you cheat on TV,
And
then
you think that
everyone
no
knows
one's
for a
not gonna do
fact
it.
you're a
Right.
cheater. It's not even a question. So that's always been an interesting aspect to me of these shows because I don't understand why you can't just date like a normal person.
I know. It's like, and then when you're like married at first sight, and then you have to, and then you start worrying about like stuff that, like, again, things you worry about before you marry somebody. Sorry. Chance you take when you marry.
Yeah. And
I don't really care
we
about it
said, you're
now.
marrying complete strangers. You have,
Like,
even in real time relationships, not everyone is having conversations about children, finances,
mm,
life goals. Where do they want to end up in like 10 years or 20
yeah,
years, you know? I mean, these are people who have no clue. They're just getting based on what they've said in interviews what they are looking for.
yeah, exactly.
Like, I could ask for a 5'2" guy who's like blonde hair, green eyes, but doesn't mean that that's the type of person, once I get to know them, that I should be with.
Right. I mean,
It
that's
doesn't
yeah.
technically make sense. Like, just because, and that's the
Oh,
thing,
no,
like,
no, mm-mm.
at least with Ella and Mitch, I noticed, she's like, oh, but he's like my dream guy. He's so beautiful. Yeah, he's beautiful. But how do you know that being beautiful equates to being a good person?
Exactly. And you
Or
can be
vice versa.
and you can be completely in love with somebody and it not work, and it still not work for other reasons.
Yeah, because
You
like
might
I
not be.
think out of all the weddings, I will say the one that I enjoyed the most was Dominica and Jack's. Like, it just felt like a wedding.
Like they knew each other.
Yeah, it's like, because they already had this kind of familiarity with each other, and then like some of his mum was there, and some of his friends, and a couple of her friends, and when they all sat down at the end and they were having dinner, like they really, you could get that family vibe, like, oh yeah, you could actually see this couple working out, where some of the other couples, they were so awkward with each other. Like,
I know.
even with our token American Andrew and Holly, like, she's a bit kooky, at least I think. But
Yeah.
like, I really don't see that working out, even though I would love for that to work out. Yeah, I
Mhm.
just think Andrew's, like, he's already been married twice. So this man should definitely know what he needs and what he wants.
Right.
He's 38. He was 38 at the time of the show,
Right. Right.
or 39. So, like, and anyone who gets with him also has to understand, like, he still has a daughter with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't just make a family and forget that this other little kid is there.
Right.
So,
So
I think,
do you think that like she's going to be like even though he has kids, like not be happy with that right away and just push to have her to have
yeah,
him.
I think because she's so hungry for children and for a family
Yeah.
that, and like, in typical relationships anyway, when people push for that, it doesn't always work out.
Mm-mm.
Like, some people leave just for that reason because they've been pushed to the ultimatum of, I want children now, I want you to marry me now.
Yeah.
So I think if she just kind of calmed down and relaxed about it, she'd probably have a better chance of finding someone, of having her dream life that she wants.
Right. I mean,
Um,
like, it would be a shame that he
yeah.
couldn't give it to her because I feel like he took a chance leaving his daughter for this, and it
Yeah,
not
and that's
working
the
for
other
him.
thing. There's a
That
lot
would
of
be so
them who do
sad,
have kids. Yeah.
you know.
Like a lot of these, there's at least 3 people in the first 3 weddings who have children, and
Yeah.
they've all left their children for this experiment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like it's a couple of weeks or even a
No.
month, which you could maybe do. It's like 3-4 months or something.
And it's like, it's not a guarantee. It's like like you're going to bring home another person.
Mm-hmm.
You're bringing a whole nother human home with you to add to that family. Like, I
And I
mean,
think Holly is not only like desperate for that family and all that, but she's like overly emotional and controlling as well. But she also, like, I get the feeling she needs self love. Like, she needs
yeah,
to love herself first so
yeah,
that she can be with Andrew, because that man's confident.
definitely.
Like, he oozes confidence. He's very happy go lucky. Like, I do hope it works out, but I don't know if it will.
I mean, I think they have the tools for it to work. Um, like he's moved to Sydney, so he's not a Dallas boy, so it's kind of, you know what I mean. She doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, like he permanently lives here.
Yeah, and he's been here
So
for a
she's,
while, and he has no reason
yeah.
to leave. He has a child,
Mm-hmm.
so it could
So I
work.
think that could be interesting. Um, like I said, the only couple I really see so far lasting the long haul is the 2 Italians, because they just have so much in common. And where he's real chill and relaxed, she's real like hypo and energetic, and like
Like balances
typically,
him out.
yeah, like you can see that they would balance each other out,
Hmm.
because like if anything, like from what we hear of Jack's story, is that he's typically been a pushover,
Oh,
but not in the sense of like because he's weak. It's because he's a true gentleman, and he tries to be a gentleman when it comes
well,
to,
I could see it working then. Yeah,
yeah. And they both, this is what I love about this couple, is that they both are still very traditional
yeah,
in how they want to be married and how their culture comes into it, and how important it is that they keep that. And on top of it, not only do they have like this thing with like, yay, we both love dogs and we're both Italians, but
hmm.
like they're both vegans. What are the chances that
What are
they
the
would both
chances?
be
Exactly,
vegans?
exactly.
And I think, if anything, the other thing I liked about him is that both of them understand the beauty of an arranged marriage, because it's been in so many cultures over the years. And even for both of them, they said their grandparents were actually in arranged marriages, or great grandparents or whatever,
Hmm.
which that makes sense. A lot of our cultures typically
So
are set up for arranged marriages, because because it's like a business deal.
yeah.
So it does make sense that they would be the most open to a situation like that. Um, but yeah, I think they're going to do really well.
I'm glad that more couples work out this time for Australia.
Yeah, well, let's hope so.
Do you know what they did to us? They played it backwards. They played 7 and then season 6. So I saw Lizzie the second time and then had to watch her the first time when it didn't work out. But I didn't watch it though. But
Oh,
like I
yeah.
couldn't believe they aired it for us backwards. It made me so upset. I was like, why would they do that? I already knew
Yeah,
that.
because our success rate so far hasn't been great. At
Yeah,
least in
people
the
would say
last
it doesn't work out anyway. I was like, well,
2
thanks.
or 3 seasons, there has been 2 or 3 cheating scandals in each season.
Yeah. It's so crazy to me that happens because it doesn't happen. Well, there's so many couples. I could see why it might happen.
And they're in close quarters, and they actually interact from what
A lot.
I've always heard and seen, like, throughout the show. Like,
Yeah.
because they're in the same... So they go to the gym because they're all staying in the same spot, or they'll go to the same coffee shop, or like they ask the others.
Do you want to talk about Below Deck Australia?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because you can fill me in because I think there's naughty yaddies here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't been getting much of our Below Deck coverage for Down Under, which, as an Aussie, like, I've been a little disappointed because that's something that I can, like, genuinely relate to.
Well, like, do it. Let's tell me. Fill me in because I haven't.
Yeah, so...
Okay, go ahead.
Like, do you know who most of the crew is, hey?
Aisha?
Yeah.
Ryan.
Yep. Then there's
Toomey.
Magda.
Yeah. The captain.
Jason. Then there's Jamie, Benny, Colliver. Probably sounds weird because I'm Australian, but yeah. Okay. And then Brittini. Which, the two Americans who are, like, what do you call them? The ones that help clean the boat. Or probably deckhands. That's it, yeah. Mm-hmm. They're literally my two favorite because they are so positive, and the pair of them are just down to work and learn, and they just have such a good vibe. Because this last episode...
How many episodes in are you? 4?
I think we're up to 7.
Already?
Yeah, like it's been on for a while now.
I must have missed half of it.
So it's been pretty good. Magda should be doing something other than being in hosting.
So what's going on with the chef? Is like people are fighting with the chef, or is that chef?
Yeah, so Ryan and Aisha have had disagreements, which realistically I think that's more of Ryan having a problem with Aisha, or like, because she's just trying to do her job. Yeah. And she's trying to work within the confines of we live with each other, we work with each other. And you can see she's a non-confrontational person. But he definitely has, I guess, a chip on his shoulder, or at least that seems that way.
Yeah.
I mean, to turn around and tell her, well, you get back to vacuuming.
Motherfucker, you take that fucking vacuum, asshole. Right up here.
Like,
sorry.
I mean, come on, dude.
Was like, Ryan's the young one, right?
He's just, I don't know how young he is. Because, what? Captain Jason's like mid-40s, I think. Jamie, the bosun, is late 30s. And the rest of them are probably, I'd say between like 24 and 32, 33.
And Ryan,
so it's still kind of a young crew.
Yeah, they're like a hot crew too, aren't they?
Yeah, like they're a decent looking bunch.
Yeah. I mean, we usually do. We've had some hot crews, but like, yeah, Camille, I absolutely agree. He's the hottest captain. Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, Jason's gorgeous.
Like, I mean, oh my God, like, I'm married, but like, I never think of other. But still, I mean, I can't stop thinking about Johnny Depp. I've known him. I've been obsessed with Johnny Depp since I was like, I had his posters on my wall. I'm like 45. I'm seeing it. I'm like totally in love with Johnny Depp again. Just over his testimony, because like, as messed up as it is, like, oh my God, yeah, I have issues. Seriously.
Because like the biggest thing this time around was Jamie going on about the safety of the crew and
maritime law.
I don't know about that, but like,
do I have to hear maritime? Please don't.
I
If
don't even know.
I never want to hear that again.
But like,
I want to punch
I can
America in the wall in
understand
her
what
face.
Jamie's saying about, safety being a priority. I get that. He was a cop. Now he's doing this, and he wants to be safe because it's a massive yacht.
Yeah.
You can get tangled up in anything. I understand that. But also, Captain Jason's been doing this for how long? Like,
Oh,
this
wow.
man
How
clearly
long?
lives and breathes sailing, boats, yachts, like, he knows
Yeah.
what he's doing.
Yeah.
And I don't think any responsible person or someone who's done their job for years over someone who's just new to that. Like, in the first few episodes, Jamie tells us how many jobs he's already had. Like
He's had a
he's
lot.
yeah, like he's jumped from a few different jobs. Like, he was a lifesaver, then he was a policeman, and then he was this, and then he was that, which that's cool. But I think when somebody's in a career that they've stayed in their whole life,
Yeah.
or majority of their adult life, it it makes a big difference in how they coordinate their team. And that was my thing. Like, I understood what Jamie was saying, but it definitely is up to him to communicate with his team about what he expects from them.
Who's the chief still?
Aisha.
I thought she was, wasn't she's a chief still. Why was she at that camp before? Not in this one.
No, she was just a second stew before, I
She's
think.
just a second still.
Because I've only just got into watching.
Is she arguing with somebody right now?
Oh, she's disagreeing with Ryan at the moment, and she doesn't know how to handle Magda because she wants to encourage her, but she's not very good at her job, which I don't understand that. Like, if you're crap at your job, you're crap at your job.
Right.
And like how we were saying before, if you tell me that I am no good at this, then I can improve.
Right. Right.
Like,
Right.
not everyone needs to be handled with kid gloves, especially when we're adults.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if Aisha just said to her, like, look, you still haven't got the hang of it, like, I'll just leave Toomey as second stew, and you go back to doing the laundry. Because even when she was in the laundry room wasn't clean. It was a pain in the backside. Like, Captain Jason went in, seen that laundry, and he was so disgusted with how filthy it was. It's a laundry. How filthy can a laundry be?
I mean,
Like, that's where you clean everything. It should be the cleanest place besides the kitchen or the bathroom. Like,
yeah. I mean, I think you put me in laundry, I think I could have it organized and on done. And you know what I mean? I want you, if you're caught up or you just start and you don't get behind, I don't see how laundry takes as long as it does. You know what I mean?
like, the way they show it, it looks like it takes her the whole
Or some of
2
them don't,
days to
and
do the
some of it's
washing.
completely unorganized and
Yeah.
and then you
I
have
mean, if the
somebody else.
captain comes in and tells you how unorganized it is,
Yeah.
and that man's supposed to be steering the ship or yacht, whatever,
Yeah.
that's saying something.
I know.
Like, Toomey came in, cleaned that up within, like, what looked like an hour.
And and organize and and she did it right too. She didn't just
Yeah, like, she had to
it
clean
was
everything
extremely
up.
organized. Yeah.
And then, like, again, the poor toilet was over flooded. Betty almost had a heart attack about it.
All right.
Which I understand how frustrating that is. But then they find out someone's been putting white service gloves down the toilet.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you notice how in the confessionals for all the below decks, all the confessionals are basically talking crap on the primary, on the primaries, you know what I mean? On the guest. Do the guests ever comment and watch the show back and be pissed because they were being literally made fun of the whole time?
I mean, I'm sure they do. They've
But
got
don't
to
you
see
think
it.
they should stop doing that?
I think if they did, it probably takes away a little bit from the show because,
Well, I mean, I would take away from your tip next time too. You know,
yeah, like I've often
it
wondered
doesn't
that
represent
myself.
the boat really well either. You know,
Mm,
I always wondered that. I'm like, why are they talking so much crap on them?
yeah,
Sometimes they deserve it, but like they're going to see it. You know, they paid a lot of money for this, and you know the
yeah.
captain's not going to want to hear that. And who knows what kind of power they have? Maybe they could tell the whole world never to tip you again.
Like
I
that's
just
it. You
wonder if
never
like
know
they
who you're
ever
coming
think
into
about it.
contact with.
Hmm.
I said that's it. You never know who you're coming into contact with.
Right.
Like
Like I mean, it's
someone
just,
could look like they don't have a dollar to their name, but yet be like a multi-billionaire. You never know.
and like I know some of the stuff like I know some of them are inappropriate. Like like when they would hit on the staff, and I get it. You want to complain about that, but like yeah, I mean they've come like on below deck, like at least on Med, they've said some really nasty things about the guest. I'm like,
Because I've
damn.
always wondered that, like, how can you still have jobs or get really good tips if people
After
see
all, yeah,
you
it's
knowingly whinge on live or like on TV
making
about
fun of lawyers all the time.
yeah,
Saying I'm gonna throw all that, like the one chick that had to get her like she had her teeth, her jaw was wired shut, and Rachel had to like puree all her food. It was
yeah.
so fucking annoying. And she's like, I know she was like, I don't care anymore. She just started stuff, just like put stuff in there. It's like it. I mean, like she was pissed, and she was complaining about it, and like I understand that, but like there's times where like it's completely
But like
unnecessary.
you look at how Chef Rachel when she does her interviews compared to Chef Ryan, right? He was saying how they're all ungrateful, they should eat what they're given, and that's that. Now,
Mm-mm.
as an adult, why would you want anyone to tell you you eat what's on your plate? You're an adult. You know what you want to eat.
Well, I mean, if you pay, like, listen, if I'm paying $25,000 a day, and there's a there's literally like a kitchen that's willing, and I'm telling them what I want, I feel like I should when I ask for something, I should get it. You know what I mean? Or
Right?
like close to it.
Yeah, if I'm paying big money, and I
I'll
think we've
even make
all
it
said
myself,
this
honestly.
before, like, yeah, well, that's what I said in one of the
Like,
lives. I was like, I would get up and make my own eggs. Like, stuff him if he didn't want to make me eggs. Like,
yeah, like
you
it's not
can't
just give me
dictate
the stuff
when
to
I
make it
eat.
with.
And like people, and also like you don't know people's dietary needs. Like some people actually need to eat quite regularly because of medical issues or metabolism or just anything, or like some people can't have certain, like people with peanut allergies. Like you can't serve anything that's been even cooked near a peanut to
Mm-mm.
someone who's mildly or even highly allergic. So I
Right?
think his attitude towards like, well, they're just being sooks and I don't want to make them this. Like, who has a crab, like, who has a seafood feast and doesn't want more? Um, if I'm paying that much, I want the whole sea on my plate.
Just come here. I moved it for
Like,
you.
you're not going to stop me from having the whole sea on my plate
And like,
because
and when they come
you
home
don't
from
want to prepare it. That's all
like,
it comes down to. He didn't want to do the work, but
right.
you're happy to get paid for the work.
And if I'm coming home from drinking and stuff, I want to be able to eat something if I'm hungry. It's 2, 3 in the morning. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I understand you don't want to, like, they don't have to get up and cook, but like, I don't know. I just think they should think about that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and even just like some of
Shouldn't there be somebody awake all the time, like, all, like the
well,
not like
there
night?
is typically someone who's usually up regularly.
Oh, okay.
Um, but
Like if they want chips or something, or like
yeah, like you still have a stew that's usually up
awake.
and moving around.
Huh.
Um, but yeah, like for
Yeah.
the chef, like yeah, I don't want you to, you know, tell me when and what to eat, but you're getting paid to cook and to cook immensely good food.
Michelin star food, most like is what they
Yeah,
make.
like it's just lazy cooking on his part, and like And you think about it in one way, like if that was a woman at home, you can't just go, well, here, have it.
Exactly. And like, who was it? I forget. I think it was I always forget his name, but he ended up hooking up with the stew on Sailing Yacht just recently. He was on Med. I mean,
Oh,
he was
Gary
no, not Gary.
or Tom.
Um he was on Captain. No, not Sandy's. He was on the first one. He was on with what's her face, and then he was on Captain Sandy's once, and then he was on Sailing, and he ended up hooking up with Jenna, the chief stew. Man,
Maybe someone
he's really
in the
rugged, and
comments might know.
he was with Malia. He hooked up with Malia in the very beginning. That was the first season they were on. Man, I can't remember his name. I'm like drawing a blank. He's a chef. And then he was gonna and then he left with the chief stew, and they were gonna go rent a van and drive around the country. Adam.
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah. I don't even know why I brought him up. Why did I bring him up? He was crazy.
I don't know. Like, I just.
So he would do stuff. He would do stuff purposely just to piss off the guests, or he would say they're getting money. Yeah, he would say stuff like that.
If that's how you feel, then why be in that area of work? You know, it doesn't make sense, and I think his attitude in general is just poor.
Yes.
I mean, with Benny, I can understand his attitude because he's literally lost everything.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to find a place where he fits. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But even still, I still don't believe that Benny should be. He should have been on the show.
No.
Because he clearly was looking for something that these people can't provide him.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to go?
I don't know. Like, I mean, personally, I think Benny's a sook because he breaks down too much for what he's supposed to be doing. Like, again, it's your job. Like,
yeah.
You're there to do a job. You crying and complaining about it every time something doesn't work out.
Well, remember Burn Book chick? The Burn Book chick from I guess Med, or was it Captain Sandy? Yeah. The chick on Med last season, she had a burn book, and she was like mentally abusive. She was second stew. And
I think I know which one you're talking about, because I only started watching this particular like brand of show in the this last year or so, because like I was never into Below Deck till like I met all of you guys and Jason, because it just never seemed like it was my thing.
Yeah, I liked it, and I just couldn't stay up for the recaps. But like this chick, so she had a burn book. I mean, I don't know. It's like this season it was Malia's season, and it was after Hannah left. But the group seemed like they got along really well. Like they really meshed well. Every single one of them, they were a perfect crew. And then you have this one chick, and at first you think she's okay. Like maybe she's just like a little bit of a snob, and then you find out she has a burn book. You know what a burn book is?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're thinking maybe she has like, weird kids' names from school or something, bullies from school. She has like third grade teacher, last year's pageant judge, my neighbor next door. I mean, and it's literally in her like Bible. I mean, first of all, if that doesn't tell you that this bitch is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, a burn book is next level. I'm sorry. And then she's like treating everybody else like that. And she was like sexually harassing people, physically attacking people. And like,
that's no way to.
And she has a burn book. Come on. Do you think she's not going to kill you in your sleep? She tried to kill them when they were alive. But I mean, yeah, she got fired. But like, I mean, come on, how are they like telling Hannah that she can't have if she takes Xanax or whatever, even if she has a prescription, that because it's for anxiety, you're firing her because you can't trust her out at sea not to be tired or groggy. Okay, Captain Sandy. Bullshit. And then fuck Malia because I don't care, maritime law or whatever. Maritime law didn't apply when you found the Xanax or the Valium. It only applied when you found the weed because then it's two drugs. So that's when maritime applies, and that's when you tell on her. Makes sense. Make sense to me. She waited 2 days until until what's her name gave her a hard time and she couldn't sleep with Tom, and then all of a sudden she's going to go run and tell on her. But she knew about the goddamn weed pen for 2 days. Or she knew about the Valium for 2 days, and then all of a sudden, because she finds a weed pen, now that's too much. And now she's violating maritime law. And now she's going to tell her. Come on. Yeah, you snitched because you literally were like, you wanted to sleep with your boyfriend.
Because, like, what I do like about Down Under is, like, in one way, we've got certain people who are really, really good at their job, and then we've got people who want to be really good at their jobs. Like I said, watching Brittini on, like, the deck crew, like, she is killing it, that girl. Like, she's getting it, she's trying everything, and she's not complaining one bit. You know, like, that's really cool to see. And I think women in any industry, especially small industries where there's not a lot of women in those sectors, it's really inspirational to other like women or little girls to see that, because like she's doing better than Jamie and Benny in my eyes. Like, because the both of them all they seem to do is complain. Which, what are you complaining about? You literally get to live on a yacht.
I know.
And you get to work along the barrier reef and get paid for it.
Right.
Like, if that's a hard done by job, then please let me have it. Like,
I like seriously. Adam was saying something about when he got his boat license or something. I'm like, literally, just let me go live I'll do laundry. Like, I will work for my peanuts. I don't care. Like, put me on your yacht and I'll just like work in laundry. I would stay in laundry. Wouldn't you do laundry all day long just to be there?
I'd cook. I'd cook all day.
But yeah, you can cook.
Yeah, like I'd rather cook.
Leave me in laundry by myself, where I don't have to interact with anybody.
That's how I feel about cooking. Like, you can put me in the kitchen, and I'll be by myself all day, and I'll cook. Because that's easy. And like, I don't know, but food for me is one of those things. Like, food literally brings people together. Like, when you sit down and have a meal as a group, and people are all like umming and ahhing about it. Like, when you watch everyone eat Chef Rachel's food, or on Sailing, and they eat like Chef Marcos's food, like you can see all of them just enjoying the trip so much more. And you know that's why most of them are getting really good tips, because these chefs are pumping out food that most of us would pay, you know, double the price to go eat.
I don't know where you're, not me. You should see that.
But I mean, if you're like a super foodie, like, you're going to pay the money to go eat that food.
Yeah. Like
even if you don't like vegan food, right? Like, Chef Marcos made vegan chicken. Even if you're not a vegan, people would pay big money to just even try something like that, because he does it so well.
Well, like, they're all trying to like book like reservations and stuff in New York, and I'm like, dude, you guys don't understand. I don't care about that shit. I'm happy with. First of all, I won't eat meat. Second of all, find me a raw food vegan place, and I'm good. And I'll find something that I will find. I'll eat a salad if I have to somewhere. Just don't take me to a steakhouse. That's it. That's all I ask. I'll go. I'll even chicken I can deal with. Just don't take me to a steakhouse. You know I'm not going to be happy there. And it's like, I would stay home. I'd be fine staying home and just eating at the house. Like, you know what I mean? Food, I don't really. Do you mind?
Yeah, like, I think
I don't have the
for
money they have either.
yeah, and I think for like how we're saying with Below Deck Down Under, like as beautiful as everything is, like that's the other thing. We're getting to see so much of the landscape where I feel like we're typically just stuck on the boat with the crew and
Go
like the
find one.
guests. We don't really get to see what's happening around,
Yeah.
which I know all of our friends and that and other people on like Anchor Watch with Jason and Josh that they've said like how beautiful it is to actually see the landscape. And it really is that beautiful. Like I wish I was lying, but it is that nice. It is that beautiful. And you know, when you don't, especially in the world we live in now, traveling's
Hmm.
not always the easiest. So you can kind of vicariously live through somebody else who's got money traveling.
I want to come see you. I want to, like she's like Camille just said. I want to. I want. You know where I want to do. I want to come live. I would love to live there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it'd be nice to catch up with everybody one time.
I know. Oh my god, I'm petrified to fly to like 2 hours away. Can you see me trying to get to Australia?
Yeah, that's like a, what, 2 day flight?
Huh?
Well, technically, because like we're a day ahead, you're a day behind.
Let me just find
So,
a portal. Find me a portal. Stargate.
so
I
it
don't
would be
need
a long
no
trip.
fossil fuels, you fucking fucks. Okay, stop lying and get me goddamn Australia in 15 minutes, like you promised. Like I know you can.
Because
Underground.
I'm not surprised that they, like, I was actually quite surprised that they were doing it here in Queensland and not down Sydney or Melbourne because
Excuse you.
that's typically where things would be done.
Be
So it
done.
is like, as a Queenslander, I will say it's pretty cool to see my part of the world on TV and
Hmm.
like for all of you guys to experience it and
I
in
love it.
some sense, yeah.
Like I knew Australia was pretty, but like I just, um, like when I saw the Gold Coast, I really didn't understand that it was actually gold.
Mm.
Like it actually looks gold, and it reminded me of like I told you, like the Andromeda galaxy, like are all the planets there, and like Avalon. I'm telling you, it's magical. It looks magical. It
And
looks
that's typically what it's like along the whole coastline from what I've experienced. Because I would go to the beach, different beaches every weekend.
mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, it's literally like that in most areas. We have incredible deserts with red sand. Like even the outback here has red sand. Like you can't get that in many other places. And when I tell you it's red, like it's red. You know, our rainforests are so beautiful and still intact, and a lot of them are even protected.
My cat was meowing, and she
Yeah,
thought
she put it up before saying how like the kitty, her cats had come looking for your kitty.
I was a little confused. Now I'm catching up now. Come here.
But yeah, I think if if we're gonna get a really good show, we either need to get rid of Magda because like, sorry if
Yes.
there's anyone who likes her, but she's useless. She doesn't do her job. Like I'm not watching somebody who can't do their job properly.
I
Or
agree.
with Ryan, like either change your attitude and do your job properly because clearly he can cook. You know, like nobody's saying he can't do it, but like do it to the best of your ability. Like show us just how amazing of a chef you are instead of sulking and complaining and then telling Aisha like we just yell and yell and yell and then we're cool. Like if someone's yelling in my face, we're not cool, mate. Like and see she's from New Zealand. So
Yeah.
like she will only hold it for so long. And like she said, she didn't go to Captain Jason in the first place because she thought she could handle it on her own, being as technically, I mean, when you're in the service sector,
Hmm.
Ryan would be underneath her work wise, I would assume. Like, yeah, he's still the chef, he's still runs his own section, but the food and everything still has to pass through Asia to get to the guest. And they're still dictating, the guests are dictating the time that they want to eat it. Oh, and yeah, the sand really is super red.
It's like really like it literally looks good. It looks good. I'm trying to find the picture that
yeah,
I
like Uluru, which is commonly known as Ayers Rock, it's actually red, and the sand and the dirt up there is red. Yeah, our beaches are definitely
like gold
like
orange.
goldy sand, like it's very fine sand, almost like fine salt even.
Mm.
It's
Like
and the water is really that clear and crisp in most parts of like Australia,
yeah.
or at least the parts I've been to.
I would like so if I was to fly out of here, like it's 2 hours, you said?
Like from like
From Philly, like from my part of the country, like East Coast.
what, to fly to Australia?
Or how long would I have to like do a connecting flight?
Like that would be at least 24 hours. And God, I'm gonna butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Is it Camille or Camilla? Or
I think it says Camille.
yeah. I haven't done a walkabout. It's actually quite a traditional thing. Um, just drop a little bit of knowledge about that. It's the eldest of the family actually does the walk for Indigenous people, and it's basically like a birthright. I am the second eldest, so I do not have to do it. Thank God. But yeah, it is quite a stunning thing to do. My dad's actually done it quite a few times. And it's basically a way to get back to nature, and a very spiritual
Is that
journey for us.
the
Yeah, so what it is like where your tribe is from, essentially, is where you do your walk. And it typically would track, from what I remember hearing, like the way you would do it back in the old days when you would go from sea to land, back to sea type of thing, like a seasonal thing. So, yeah, it's super cool. I've never done it. It's also in the area where my family is from. It is super hot because they're on the in the tropics. So I definitely wouldn't want to do it because it would be too hot. But yeah, like I don't know, like it'd be awesome to one day meet you all, especially if some of you did manage to make your way to Australia, because there is so much here to see, and that it's just so beautiful. And like I said, something like Below Deck Down Under, you really get to see how beautiful and amazing, like, the beaches are, the sea life, like even the reef, like in the episode they do some diving and you get to see the sea life and how beautiful the coral is and the colors, which, considering all the pollution in the world, for it to still even have that much and to still
like
be somewhat vibrant is incredible. Yeah, so
it literally looks like a rainbow when you look down.
yeah, like
Foliage and stuff, you know.
yeah, the spiders and snakes are honestly not that bad. Um, it's like, I will say, Aussies, we do play things up, especially with Americans, because
Because we're crazy and like we think
well,
everything.
I think in one way, like, Americans like really just believe what gets said. Like, not all of them, but like I've seen bits and pieces from other Americans where They're
Yeah.
like, I really believed when so and so told me that, like, people get taken around in kangaroos. No, we're not sitting in kangaroo pouches. We do have cars. Like,
Kangaroo.
yeah,
I
and
want like
spiders and snakes aren't that bad. A lot of the snakes and spiders are venomless. If anything, um, you're typically not in areas where you would see them. Like, you'd have to go out bush.
so they're not just like hanging out in your house.
Yeah, like, I'm in the city. There's the biggest spider I'll see is like a daddy long legs.
Oh, okay.
You know, like
I don't blame you.
I've been in the bush and I've been bitten by a redback,
Oh.
and even then, like, it wasn't that bad for me. But yeah, like, and I've probably seen 2 snakes in my life out and about, but I've mostly seen snakes within, like, enclosures here in Australia.
I mean, we get like stupid garden snakes, like little ones.
Yeah, like, there's probably a lot of
Really,
little ones.
believe it or not, like spiders and snakes don't bother me. It's crickets and water bugs and like anything that resembles a black bug or that like hops or anything. The crickets
Yeah,
and
see,
stuff.
lizards freak me out.
Yeah.
Lizards and geckos can't do it because there's just something about them that just, I think it's the beady little eyes
You think it's because you don't like the Draco?
that it just creeps me out because, like, and like, me being an indigenous person, I should be closer to the ground, to the animals and that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not that type of person. As my mum likes to call me, I'm an air-conditioned black fella from the McDonald tribe. Um,
That's so
I've
funny.
I've just, camping and things like that just don't really do it for me. I'm a beach person all day, every day. Um, but yeah, Australia's not as crazy as people think. Like, when it comes to snakes and all that kind of stuff, like, it's
Mm.
actually, like, because you think about it, most places are built up now
It's what?
and built up like,
Off
um,
off water, like off the water.
yeah, like, just in general, like, they've been built up into cities and communities and everything. So much has been cleared out that there's nowhere for these
Oh yeah,
creatures
yeah.
to live.
Oh yes, yes, yes. That's
So
what it's
the
like that.
chances of you actually running into them in a main city, it just wouldn't happen. And then even for a lot of the campgrounds and that, it a lot of them are still very populated, so you wouldn't come across them as much. But yeah.
Um, what do we have here? I have bear. We don't have bears. I have deer. The typical squirrel, the rat, opossum. Um,
Because it's different in the States because of all the different climates and areas, hey?
it's down the
Like, some
shore.
people have bears and then
Oh
some
God,
have
no.
deers.
I think because we're so close to the Jersey Shore that like I don't think the bears come out in Pennsylvania a little bit. I mean they do, but like nothing like you're not gonna walk around a trail and find a day. Like you know what I mean?
Mm.
The worst that's gonna happen is you're gonna see a freaking possum, like a dead possum or something. I mean we have deer. I mean, but like the sea animals, I can deal with them, and like maybe some sea turtles. But like down the shore, there's no. Maybe like the occasional skunk on the
Yeah, like,
beach.
I get, like, the scariest thing in Australia is probably going into water that's not clear because you don't
Well,
know what's
you're
in
not going to
there.
come here then.
Yeah, because you don't, like, you can't see what's in there, you can't see what's below.
Why do you want to see it? Who cares? Don't worry about it. Just swim.
Because even with, like, jumping off the cliffs
Listen,
and stuff, you know?
I still swim in the goddamn Delaware River. I swam in it my whole life. Not that you know what that means, but like if you did, you'd be like, you get what I mean.
Yeah, like, I don't, and it's probably because,
Friggin'
like, that's
shit.
the way I've grown up. Like,
I'm a river rat.
even the river water here is so clear.
Ours, listen, the rocks I'm stealing, there's grass growing in it, okay? I can see the bottom and there's grass growing. What do you, I mean, hey, I wasn't trying to swim in it this time. I was just trying to steal the rocks, but I mean, I was about to say I swam in it my whole life and I turned out okay, but
because like our like even at, like I said, our creek water and that, a lot of it's very clear. Like majority of the time, if it is like muggy or cloudy, it's because there's just been rain or a storm.
Mm-hmm. In case you wonder why I keep looking down, there I can see that there's 5 people in the room that are in the chat, and so I can go in and see who they are. That's why I keep looking.
Okay, no worries.
Right. People think they can't. They think because they're not subscribed that I can't see who they are watching, but I can. Unless I give a fuck. I'm just saying. Just making sure it's not like my dad or something.
But yeah, like, and I think too, you know, in a lot of Australia, it's just the culture's different too. Like, it is just about having fun, having a drink with your friends, relaxing, being out in the sun. Like,
right.
That's just the whole vibe. It really is. Like when I say
I'm a
Aussies are
hippie, I
just
get
relaxed, like
Dude, that's
we
me.
really are relaxed.
I mean, I am relaxed, believe it or not.
Yeah, well, I know you are.
I mean, listen, like I might go from 1 to 100, but don't you realize I go down very quickly? I go right back down to like normalcy.
Yeah, so like
Quickly, I might add.
So yeah, it's like it's really good, and like I said, it's great that everyone's getting to see parts of where I live, and then even just asking questions about it. Like, thank you guys in the comments for asking.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You're right.
No, I'm a fucking loser, pothead.
Don't pass out.
Okay. I'm just letting you still. I can't. I mean, Christ, what time is that? Oh my God, I should be like.
It's
probably
like
this late.
10 or 11 for you.
But listen, I just got I got 2 days of work. Gab, she's my life coach in there. She's stalking me right now, making sure I'm doing the right thing. Literally, I'm on schedule. See, I'm doing right. I'm cursing though. I'm doing good though, right, Gab?
I haven't cursed that much.
Earlier.
That was a different scenario. You can have a pass, but like
I feel bad about that.
For that one.
I feel bad about that. See, I told you. I feel bad after. Here, I'm trying to pass it to you, Camille. What the fuck ever. Oh God. Do you want to know who's what in their mind? Apparently, they want to be private for a reason. Like, I mean, I don't know why they think they're private. No, you guys can't see it, but I can.
So are we still talking about
pin drop
below deck?
I mean, did you?
Is there anything
you told me you're going to watch an episode? Are you going to watch an episode of Love After Lockup?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I'll see if we have it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm subscribed to everything.
You're lying. We don't have it. Sorry.
I mean, I'm subscribed to everything, so there's a good chance we have it, but I don't know. I just want to go back to watching some old TV.
What do you want to watch? What? Like what?
Oh, I'm gonna go back to watching Teen Wolf again because there's a new.
Come on, I can't do that again.
No, because there's a whole new thing coming out on Paramount soon. Like, I love Teen Wolf.
We can just go manifest create our own Teen Wolf. We'll just go astro surf it. We'll astro travel at night and go visit Teen Wolf. Okay.
And I get serious social rage watching Social Experiments because I'm like, but you should know You should know yourself well enough not to put yourself in these situations.
You know that we are our whole race is one big social experiment.
I know, but because
But I
like I
mean,
started
hey,
watching The Ultimatum, and I don't know if anyone else has watched that so
what
far.
is it?
Uh, so people like either the men or the women are like, "Are you gonna marry me?" And then they end up in
What?
an experiment together,
Will you
and then
marry
they've got to
me?
date. Yeah, then they've got to date other people within the experiment
Huh?
and
All right.
leave their partners
You already
so
fucking
that
lost
they
me
can
a while
date.
ago. Like, who the fuck would sign up for that?
Right? Who?
Who like? Do you want your relationship to be fucked? I mean, seriously.
Like,
If you want to end
and
your
it's the
relationship, go
show.
ahead, go on a show
Yeah.
like that.
Like, it's also, I don't even think half these young couples even know who Nick and Vanessa Lachey are.
No,
Like,
I barely know
there's
who they are.
half of them are like under 25. How can you know who Nick Lachey is?
Right? I mean, Nicholas Shate's like their dad's age, you know?
Like, there's people who listen to that era of music who still don't know who Nick Lachey is.
Seriously.
So, yeah,
But
like
like, I
shows
mean,
like that are just too much for me. Like I said, I'm watching MAFS Australia because you're my friend and I'm happy to do this with you.
I mean that's the only reason you don't want to watch it.
No, actually, like honestly, Krista, I don't want to watch it. It genuinely enrages me because
I know.
I like for the life of me, I have no understanding why people want to put their whole life on TV for everyone to judge them
Yes.
and then turn around and cry because they did something stupid
Yeah,
and you can't take it back because it's on film.
I agree. Okay.
So yeah, it's just like,
Guess.
ugh. But at least I can get through maths because I understand those idiots because we are Australian. So there's some funny stuff in there that I'll get that's like hilarious to me.
I was
But yeah,
trying
I
to.
think there's just so much, like how we were saying, there's just so much TV where
I
it's
know.
reality based, but we're not typically
Okay.
getting natural reality.
Can we talk
And
about a couple more thing, like one more thing?
yep,
I want to know because these, like, I want to know in the chat. I don't, Gab. I know your opinion about Jennifer Shaw, Camille, and Dan. Like, what do you think her god darn defense is going to be? What could it possibly be at this point? That's what I want to know. America's like, here we go again.
no, I'm just like, I don't know, because I'm one of those people, like, while I'm watching something, like, I'll remember it and I'm into it, and then once it's out of my sight, I'm like, okay, like, I
Oh,
don't
it irks my
typically
soul.
look it up either.
I have to fix the puzzle. I have to finish the puzzle. Like, it irks my
Yeah,
soul, especially since, like I said, like, I know what it's like to be in that situation, but like, and I'm pretty tough, but like, I was shaking, I was crying. Those detectives had me before I was even in the cop car. I'm like, yeah, guilty, guilty. Yep.
mm.
Like, there's no denying and calling everybody else liars. Like, oh my God. I
Like,
mean,
I
what does she
couldn't
think they picked her out of
imagine,
the hat? You know,
like,
they didn't just pick you out of a hat, bitch. Like,
yeah,
they don't just do that. They have many other things to spend the resources on. Okay. So,
I mean, for me, I'm just like, I feel bad for the kids. Like,
yeah, well, she
more than
should.
anything, I feel bad for her kids
I hope,
and like her mother.
I hope that Kurt Shaw knew nothing, because I don't want to believe that two parents of these two parents were willing to be that stupid and allow that to go on. Because what are the chances of two parents being that effed up for their family? The chances of that are really very slim. Think about it.
Mm,
What are the chances of both parents doing that? Especially when it's a lawyer.
yeah, I mean,
And then, you know,
Who
like,
know? And like, who knows what's going through people's heads when they do
well, like,
things
you know
like.
what? And I have I honestly, I would let the mouse go, but I think my questions are pretty friggin' valid.
Yeah.
Just answer me three things, Jen Shaw. Why do you think you're not guilty? Why do you think they picked you? Coach Shaw, please answer me this. Why the hell did you not, like, what's the deal? Come on. Like,
Yeah,
I
like,
want
and
to know. And it's
that's
like,
fair
why?
in
Yeah.
general.
And like,
Yeah.
why do you think all these people are lying, Jen Shaw? Just answer me this, please.
Yeah, like I mean, it will be interesting to see play out. I mean, it's already interesting in the sense of they keep having to push it back. So
Thank God. You
there's
know why they did it?
obviously
They
there's obviously
purposely
a
did
lot
it.
there.
They did it purposely because she wanted to go to trial before Stu Chains did.
Mm.
But guess what? They said, no, honey, he has to follow your trial. So, nope. You got to
Yeah,
go
so
first. You got to wait for him. You got to go first because he's got to be at your trial. Well, he gets sentenced, but we don't know what his sentencing says. And I'm all confused about that too. How do you offer somebody plea? All right, he has a plea deal, correct? All right, he gets offered a plea deal. Now, to me, when you that's a choice that you make. They give you a plea deal, which is lesser. You plead guilty, something, lesser charges, and you help them out. So he does this. How the fuck does he end up with? Oh wait, I'm sorry. And then the contingent, I think with contingency, it has to, like, nothing on the plea can be proven wrong or lying or perjury, or so, meaning that if she gets found not guilty, that just makes all the other ones look like liars. So does that mean that, like, all their fucking plea deals go out the window if for some reason she's found not guilty? Right?
yeah.
Does that make any sense? I mean, why are we waiting for her trial? That's what I want to know. People are saying they're waiting for her trial for all these people to get sentences. Well, to me, when you sign a plea deal, you already know your sentences. So, like, don't you sign a plea deal knowing what you're looking at, or what the guideline? Just, to me, nothing's making sense. But hey, I hope whatever they're doing, it's just to make sure that they get her 100%. Whatever.
Yeah, because like for me, I don't know enough, especially about the American crime system, let alone the
Yeah.
Australian one,
Oh yeah, I
to
forgot that
understand exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I
So
forgot.
that's why I'm a bit like, all I know is that, like, if you're going to the Supreme Court, like, is it the New York Supreme Court?
It is the Southern District of New York with a
That's it. Yeah.
98% conviction rate.
Yeah, like, that's all I know. All I know is that they do their job.
Yeah, and you don't go to a grand jury. The grand jury would have said, no, you can't convict her, and you're not going to trial yet. Wait till you have enough evidence. I'm sorry. She's already been tried. That, to me, you're already been on trial because the grand jury said so.
And I
They
think,
don't
like
go
I
to
said
court.
to you
They don't go
before,
to
my
trial
view's a
until they
bit
convict.
different too, because, like, I am in a different country. I don't
Yeah.
quite understand the circumstances
I was in the same courtroom for the
all
same white
that
collar,
much.
yeah, white collar crime, same courtroom, same judge, same system, same, not the same charges, but almost the same thing. And I told you there was no effing way that
Mm.
we were going to sit there and say that all these people were lying, and, like, even though it was my dad's fault, like, it just, you know what I mean? Like, it just, I couldn't do it, and I'm like, I'm wondering, like, and the judge does not let you make she makes a mockery of the court every time she makes a stupid motion. It's just insane. I don't know. It bothers me bad. I don't know why. I mean, I want to be there. I just want to see what happens. I just want to see, like, how her face is when she tries to lie and deny everything.
Like, I definitely think it's quite interesting, and in general,
Fascinating. I'm
I'm
fascinated.
interested to, like, find out what really happened, and, like,
I
just
mean,
my natural need for, like, knowing criminal enterprising and stuff. Not that I
I
want
can
to
tell you what
be a
happened.
criminal, but I like the process of how they came to these situations and conclusions.
Yeah.
Because, like, I watch true crime all day, so
Yeah.
to hear how you end up in this space, and I think from a psychological standpoint,
Well,
like, what makes you think that you were, like, you should have done that or you could have done it?
especially when the judge marched her in 3 years ago and said, honey, you're doing illegal stuff. Stop it. You're not allowed to do this anymore. And she did it anyway. She got another way to do it. She was warned by the same judge, Sydney. Yep. And she's like, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to do it anyway.
So yeah, I definitely think it's
You
something
dumb
that
bitch. Your kids
we'll
are
be
at
hearing a lot
home.
of in the
Your
coming
kids are
months, I'm
at
sure.
home. You know, like your kids are at home. The fucking judge literally just gave you a pass. And what's this bitch do? Go out and do it more. Yeah, she cares about her kids. Get the fuck out of here, man. Seriously. Like she enrages me. She really does. Whatever. Don't cry that you're and then sit there and she turned the evidence in with them holding the guns up to her kids. Are you fucking kidding me? To blame who? Who are you blaming? Blame yourself. She's the one who took the ring cameras. She's trying to do everything she can to prove that it's a race thing. Watch. Because I guarantee they didn't do that to Stu Chain's kids. Stu Chains gave himself up. They didn't have to. Like, and anyway, they would have happened if you weren't a fucking criminal, bitch. Like, seriously. I hate, like, oh, she always talks about how her kids and her kids are kids. She spends the last Mother's Day weekend fighting with her friends instead of home with her kids. Yeah, really. You care about your effing kids. And then your mom spends her whole savings. Like, ugh. I know. It's none of my fucking business, but whatever. Kind of is.
Like I said, it's gonna be interesting to watch because it's out there.
Well, like, yeah, I've had 2 years of God stupid Erica Jane, and we've gotten no further than we were 2 years ago. And I keep saying this, nothing's going to happen. We're going to just have to keep watching her be who she is. And we don't know anything more than we did before. We just know that whatever we know. And it's all we can speculate, right? Jennifer shot, like, we're going to get some type of resolution because we all know she's guilty. I mean, we just know that. Emily says that there's no way she's not. And even if she's not guilty of one thing, she laundered a lot of money and had a lot of fake companies. That's fucking illegal too. Anyway, but I wonder if she's going to pay her mom back all the 401k that she used for her defense.
Guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I want to be there.
Hey, honestly, I don't even know.
And then you have Johnny Depp and his girlfriend, and they're fighting over poop in the bed. Like, come on. Like, what is this world coming to? If I have to have cameras in that courtroom, I need cameras in her courtroom. Please, if you're going to make me watch that, please let me watch Jen Shah. Because if they don't let me in a courtroom, I'm going to be mad. I'm a citizen. I am a citizen of the county. I'm a whatever. I can be on jury duty, which I can't because I talk shit on her, so I can't be on jury duty, but I could at least show up. Hey, anybody was allowed to come watch my trial. Nobody's allowed to stop it. We're not,
Yeah, well, that's the only thing I do know. Is like because I worked in a system similar that you can go and watch most cases. I actually watched a case when I was working, which was quite interesting.
Where?
Like when I did work, I worked for a part of the government here in Queensland, and I actually got to see a trial, a very serious one at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know, probably because I'm a crime buff. Like
I kind of am too.
it
I
was,
told you I'm
it
getting
was
into
very interesting.
your
And it
crimes.
was, yeah, and it was pretty interesting to sit across from this person. Like I was sitting right behind the person who was accused of this heinous crime. And yeah, it was definitely an experience, like to like sit across from someone like that. So very interesting indeed.
I was watching the crimes. I keep telling you the crimes that shook Australia.
Yeah, that is such a good series.
Yeah, and it was oh god. I always want to text it to you because I never remember. But anyway, there's so many of them, but they're so good. And then there's like a copycat killer one or series.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out if that was part of the Australian one or not, but yeah.
I'll have a quick look.
And then what? I'm trying to think what other scripted stuff is on right now. I'm not really watching any scripted stuff. If I don't watch reality TV, I'm watching Gaia.
Yeah, because there's 3 seasons of Crimes That Shook Australia, because it started in 2013.
Oh man, they're all over. I'm only in like 3. I thought then it's like I seriously at night I'm either watching that or on Gaia just look alien UFO stuff, like stuff I've watched a million times. I just
Because like the one thing I do appreciate about Australian crime is how they talk about women criminals as well.
Oh yeah. Oh
Because I
yeah.
always find it quite interesting about some of them, and like they talk about a lot of gangland stuff here too.
Yeah. So like the lady, it says, I think it says the psychopaths lady that I don't know. Is Jansen Media something that is from Australia?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if they're
Did you
Australian.
say Jansen?
Jansen Media? Yeah. It says like I see it on YouTube, but they also do movies and documentaries. And I think it's an Australian show, or Australian company. I'm not sure. Meow meow, come here. But anyway, like it's on that, and it's like this one says psychopath loses her mind or something like that, and it's like a video of like a confession, and it's really fucking weird. It's freaky. But I watch like a lot of that and the alien stuff because my husband won't let me put afterlife stuff on when he's asleep.
Yeah.
But
Fair enough.
But like aliens, he doesn't mind aliens though. Like he knows he has to choose. I guess it's lesser of all evils.
Because like
I can't.
I know there's like one of them that was on Crimes That Shook Australia that actually happened like in a little country town like an hour and a half away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was season 2 episode 8, and it was the murder of Alison Baden Clay, and this was the mother of 3, and it turned out her husband had pulled out life insurance on her, got more on her, and then he was cheating with the receptionist or whoever at work, and then he killed her. And this woman was well known, well loved within her community. She was like a beauty queen. Like everyone loved her, and like that was like as an adult, that's probably one of the bigger cases I know and I remember, because it only happened maybe 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 10 at the most. And like that was a huge case. Everything was televised, her search and everything, because they searched for her. Like, yeah, that was really horrible. And then these 3 little kids ended up with no parents at all because of this situation, all for money, and that was it, really. And stuff like that. Like, I think it's important to like our history as Australians, or wherever you're from, but also just like from a psychological perspective, like how people do these things and what type of effect it has not only on the families but the communities around them usually.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree. It really I was in the crime. Like I'm pretty much had watched all of the ones like here like over and over again, the Datelines, and then I saw yours and I was like, I'm really into your guys' stuff. Did you guys? Oh my God, what was that about? Black China's mom with the Kardashian trial. Have you been paying attention at all?
I've seen bits and pieces of that over the years because it's dragged out for so long.
Well, I mean, this part, her mom making fun of Kris Jenner, saying she looks like the chick, the little guy on Saw, and she makes the face, and he's like driving the bike, and she's making the face, and she's like, and rolling a joint, and she's like, and these motherfuckers in her fucking plastic fucking pants, and this one looks like Saw with a red. I was like, Dude, I was dying. And this was right after I'd seen the fucking poop stuff with Amber Heard. I was dying. I'm like, what the hell is happening? And then I ended up on Emily's channel because I could not stop watching. Well, I heard the poop thing, and then I just couldn't stop watching. And I'm like, I'm getting nothing done thanks to these assholes. Because, I had planned, I was going to do another live last night. I was going to, do another recap. And then I just couldn't keep my eyes off of the Johnny Depp stuff. And then we were cracking up in the chat about the poop because nobody knew about the poop yet. And I'm like, are you guys kidding me? How did you not know? And then they're like, and it was just, so funny. And then,
well, that was one of the main reasons why it was publicized too, really.
I know. I was like, how do you guys not know about this? I'm like, this is I can't even stop thinking about it. It's sad. I want to unsee it.
Yeah.
I'm like, somebody pooped in Johnny Depp's bed. His girlfriend. I can't. I just can't. I couldn't get my jaw off the floor. They showed it. It was blurry, but they showed it. Come here. I can just imagine him fucking hearing that. Get her the fuck out of my house. Oh my God, dude. Is that the thing that really broke them up? Oh my God, no. Oh Lord. Poor Johnny. He looked so hurt and broken. It made me so sad, but I love him. He's so mysterious.
Yeah, he definitely is.
He's the same Johnny that you would think he is. He really is mysterious. That's always what I've always thought of him. And I think he's just, and I agree with him. He thinks, Johnny Depp is a novel, and I guarantee, I understand why he doesn't want to say his name. He doesn't want to feel like that. We don't even look at him as a real human. It was hard to, I look at him as some type of kind of not a god, but superhuman almost, because he never speaks. And he's always he just, I don't know, to me, he's
he was always one of those artists who was,
I love his, yes.
Quite hidden, his personal life, everything about him, you didn't know.
I had to ask 1,000,001 questions about this one. I didn't know anything about him. I knew nothing about his life, him married. I just know that his movies, Edward Scissorhands, I loved him in that. I loved all, you know what I mean? But I never knew that. I thought he had kids with this chick and stuff. I don't know. Where did it? I don't know. I had to do a deep dive and figure it out because I was asking 1,000,000 questions. It was just fascinating that he kind of sounds like he did love her, but how did it end up with poop in the bed? How did we get there? Come on. I mean, you weren't stuck together. You had the means and the motive. I mean, come on. How does it get to the point where you shit and hit Johnny Depp's bed? Johnny Depp's bed. And he goes, it's hers. I know it is. What? No, my God, I can't stop laughing about that. Oh, it was hers. What the fuck? What? Okay. I'm sure it was, but I'm glad that we know that it's hers. Thank God you know it's hers. I mean, nobody thought to get DNA on it. I mean, can't really prove it now. Oh my God. All right. I'm clearly too high. I want to go. Anybody else? Anybody of the 4 people that aren't talking in the chat want to chime on in? I know who you are. I mean, why not just say something? What the fuck? Well, whatever. It's cool. Still there. See it going down. Nobody's used to be, you know what it is? Nobody used to be meeting up this late, and they're gonna be like, fucking meth head. The bitch is back on fucking drugs. Bitch, if I'm on fucking drugs, bitch, I'll tell you, okay? I fucking told you that. I don't owe anybody shit. You get the drugs, don't need you. If I'm on meth, I'll tell you. So go to bed, bitch. Stop worrying about what I'm doing. She knows who she is. Subscribe, bitch. Seriously, at least subscribe, share, do some shit. Like, comment, hook me up. No, drop down to 2. 2 more. 2 down. X over to you, X over to you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. I know, Gab, I agree. Gabby's like, I've been working so hard, Krista, you're regressing all my hard work. But if you knew who it was, you'd understand. Nobody does, never mind. All right.
But you've done a really good couple of lives.
I know
some leniency.
I'm getting there. Yeah, shit, I'm having a good time. I'm on a good fucking time. Because guess what? At this time of hour, I don't give a fuck. I've been high all day, and I'm tired, and I've been getting shit done, you know?
You know, I'm ready for like my afternoon nap now.
Okay, bitch. You think
just
I can
because
I'll be up in 2 hours.
I'm up so early talking to you guys, and I stay up late at night talking to all of you. So
Well, do you want to stay on? Tell Gabby to call. She's probably awake.
yeah, like Gabby should call in.
Gab,
Like,
call in for her, please. I'll leave you up.
because like honestly, my iPad's about to
She's
die.
dying. Well, not for everyone. You can stay up, can't you?
I think it might even be night time over there.
I thought you guys were on the same time zone. I don't know my history, my whatever it's called.
Because I'm at least, if I'm a day ahead.
Stop laughing at me.
She's probably like 7 hours behind or something.
Well, all right. I don't know.
She just asked you where the link was.
Oh, here. I guarantee I get up in the next 2 hours and you're still on there, and that'd be good. We'll just continue the chat. Oh, God. Oh, wait, we could talk about OC. Right. No pressure.
You're just going to stay up and wait till...
No, I'm going to go to sleep. You guys are going to stay on and talk. And then I'm going to come back and you're still going to be here. And then we're going to do OC. We're going to go right into OC since we just did 2 recaps in a row.
Oh,
we're on a roll here.
Have fun with that.
Hold on, Gab. I'm getting it. I'm posting it right now. Wait. Oh, shit. Copy. You know how long it took me to figure out how to copy and paste on my laptop? Oh, that's right. I have to let her in. It's the beginning of the day for her, too. And it's the middle of the day for you. So I have an excuse.
Yeah, it's the afternoon for me. Like, I've been up since 7:30.
I've been up
I
since...
went to bed at 4 because we were still talking.
I know. I've been up since 4:30 yesterday morning.
Yeah. See, I can't... Unless
you're not here, you gotta call.
Involved, I cannot do that.
Gab, you have to call. There she is.
Hello, everyone. Stop cursing, Krista. It's not good.
I'm not getting yelled at. I'm going to sleep.
Honestly, she's done really well so far.
For me, it's a morning now. It's 6 a.m. for the morning. 6 hours.
Yeah, so I was about right. She's about 8 hours behind me.
Yes, it's a morning. Yes, it's a morning because when you make the beginning of the direct, it's 4 a.m. for me, and now it's 2 hours later.
Don't tell her what happened earlier, please. Do not tell her.
No, I'm just saying you've done amazing.
I see everything. You know what? I see everything. I see every part of the show. I hear you. What do you think? I'm not maybe active in the chat, but I do my morning routine. But I hear you, Krista.
I'm sorry.
Don't curse. Don't curse. It's demonetizing every video after and the
algorithm. She's done better than she has before. I think she's done fantastic.
Yes, I know. I see.
Usually we'd be getting a few more F-bombs, couple other things.
Yes. But when you make you know the no. Oh, the kitty! Isn't it you, the kitty? He's telling
I'm gonna let you guys go since this iPad's gonna drop.
Hold on, I'm dropping down.
Pass out.
Okay.
Oh, I'll stay for a little bit because like my iPad is literally on its way out.
Yes, Mocha, but it's not bad because you need to go to do the thing and Krista, she need to go to sleep. And the kitty is asking her to come in and say, "Mommy, I need you." Everything like that.
She's just been having fun. That's why she's still up.
Yes, we are in live always. We are in live. Oh, it's the beginning of the day for me, and I see the trial of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It was very long, and I see the testimony of Johnny Depp. It's just very, painful and traumatizing to see the life of someone to be, the intimacy to be public like that. and his pain and his and everything, and we heard the audio, and you see, oh my gosh, what did she do that? What people do that to other people? It's just so much violence to hear that. And we see Emily D. Baker make a live when she make little bit comment, and after she make a debrief, she explain everything about around the affair, the trial, and maybe it's not good. It's not for going. She said Emily D. Baker. It's not for winning for something, but she clear his name at the end. He clear his name because the proof are now outside, and the cat is out of the bag. And we see what she does, and I think sometimes I don't understand people like that. I don't understand why do you hurt people you loved? Why do you hurt people at last? It's very it's very sad to see this grown man speak about his pain, to be hit, to be manipulated, to feel gonna be a fool. And everything like that is just very strange, I was so, I think for some people they lived in abuse situation in the past, it's going to be very triggering. I recommend and I advise to people, don't look at this where if you live that in your past, because it's very, I don't live anything like that in my past with some partner, but when I see that, it's hurt me too. It's very insane. But I need to go, guys, because it's the beginning of the day, and I think maybe, Krista, you need to stop the direct maybe, because we are finishing. And Mocha, I say bye-bye. I need to go. Bye, everyone in the chat, and have a good day.
Bye. Talk to you later.
Okay.